All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have about 9 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and call the civil dockets. I'll start with Atascosa County because I don't see some of the attorneys from Wilson County cases. Okay, apart from one divorce, they're all tax cases. So I won't say the name of the taxing entity. I'll just call out the name of the taxpayer, Billy Joe Beeson.
Taxing authorities are ready, Judge. Ms. Hawkins is the ad litem. She's ready too.
Okay. Jacqueline Limberg Richardson.
Judge, taxing authorities are ready. Mr. Rip is listed at the ad litem, but his client has been dismissed, so he's no longer part of the tax suit.
Okay. Robert D. Clark.
Judge, we're going to drop that. The attorney ad litem has found some errors that she has done her due diligence, and we're going to communicate with the attorney ad litem and the errors to get more information.
Okay, and who's the ad litem?
Miss Molly Solis.
All right. Robert Allen.
Taxing authorities and attorney ad litem, Mr. Wilkerson, have all been reviewed and signed, and we're ready to go, Judge.
Linda Casas.
Taxing authorities are ready. Default judgment.
Lee Ramos.
Just want to drop that, please.
Christopher Ambrose, DBA Top Notch Mobile Home.
Taxing authorities are ready for a default judgment.
Samuel Verrett, DBA Cnty Services.
Same announcement, Judge.
Ruby Annette Becca.
Taxing authorities are ready for a default judgment.
Maria Carrillo, Daniel Boteo, and Roxborough Realty. Oh, that's not a tax case. I'm sorry. There were two non-tax cases. Amelia Martinez versus Maria Carrillo, Daniel Boteo, and Roxborough Realty. No show. Matter of the marriage of Morgan. Elaine Booth and Justin Bratton.
Yes, sir. Here.
All right, and are you ready to proceed, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
And Judge, the district clerk said she emailed you the order. They're not able to be with us this morning in court, the Atascosa County District Clerk's office.
Okay.
And there was a case on the first page, Judge, at the bottom that Julia Walden, I think you skipped that one. The very last case on page 1.
Is that the one?
It was skipped.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had looked in the wrong place.
I was just going to wait till after the call the docket.
Molly Solis down as the ad litem. That's why I asked who the ad litem was. Okay. Julia Walden.
Judge, the taxing authorities are ready on that.
And you're aware of the lawsuit over title of the property?
Well, Michael Finkel had, who's representing Ms. Walden, had filed a motion in order continuance, but I haven't heard anything since then. We sent notice to Mr. Finkel. I'm not sure if he filed a motion to continue this one from a prior docket, but I am not aware exactly what is occurring with the property lawsuit on this mobile home.
Okay.
This is just a mobile home.
Here's the thing. I don't know that it was ever reduced to judgment.
Okay.
But there was a lawsuit over title to the mobile home and Julia Walden lost.
Okay.
So if that was ever reduced to judgment, I don't remember if I ever signed that. I remember that Mr. Finkel, who represented her, and the attorney on the other side had some back and forth. I really think you ought to try and
I'll
find,
drop it, Judge.
Wiley ought to be able to tell you what the cause number is.
I'll drop and look for a judgment. And also, we prior to this docket, though, or actually last week, we did check with the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs website as far as title. And we went based upon that information, but I will go back and drop this and try to locate the lawsuit regarding this. and
Okay,
proceed.
and was this just for the mobile home?
This was just on a mobile home, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah, a 1999 32 by 60 TNC mansion mobile home.
Okay, I don't, I think the mobile home was part of that lawsuit.
Okay, I'll drop it and I'll go to the district clerk to find the lawsuit that was filed against her and see exactly if it was reduced to judgment or not.
Okay, and all right, I would offer to check, but I still don't have a new computer and I can only have 2 apps open at once.
I'll do that. I'll drop it, Judge. Not a problem.
Okay, all right, I'll recall the tax cases shortly. Wilson County, matter of the marriage of Elizabeth and Robert Sanchez.
Judge, that's Andy's case, and he's in another county, but he submitted an agreed order that I can send you via chat if you'd like.
I'd appreciate it. All right, in the interest of Arias King Murphy, a child.
Good morning, Judge. My name is Art Guzman. I'm appearing for the petitioner, Natalia Covarrubias. It's a request for TRO.
Okay, and I see Mr. Murphy.
That's correct. We gave him a notice by email last night.
Yes, he's here. All right.
Lauren Ray on behalf of the Attorney
I'm
General.
Okay.
I also have that there's a motion for a new trial from the 4D court judgment.
There is, but it's not set for today. We're trying to get a setting for that.
Okay, well, I would request to be excused from the TRO hearing as I don't have an interest in that
All right.
or a position.
Let me ask Mr. Murphy, do you have any reason for the Attorney General to be here? There's nothing set that you're aware of?
Well, I also would like
The Attorney
to
General.
file a motion for continuance too.
Oh, okay. All right, sir. All right, you are excused. Okay, and let me ask, would this be a case where it would be helpful to confer in a breakout room?
Are you speaking to me, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, Judge. There's a sex offender living at the residence, and respondent has not given notice as required by law. And we're dealing with a child who's a year, 8 months old, and there's a standard possession order in place.
Okay.
Well,
Mr. Murphy, have you filed your motion for continuance?
I sent him the email last night. He just sent me the notice of the hearing at 6 o'clock last night. So I
Okay.
can only email it to him, but I have a printout.
Okay, do you have a copy of that as a PDF? How did you
Yeah,
skip?
I PDF'd it and sent it to him.
I have it, Judge.
All right, Mr. Guzman, and then I'm going to ask if you could post a copy of that to me in chat, and I will. How long do you think it'll take to hear this?
I don't know that it's going to take very long. The facts as they are.
Okay, but I'll ask you to post a copy of the motion for continuance in chat.
Could I say one more thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we had a hearing, well, not like about this, but it was a child support hearing that he's talking about on the 25th.
All
And
right, and Mr. Murphy, I'm just calling the dockets right now to see what I have to go back and work on, and I will come back to this case. I'm just taking announcements right now, and your announcement is you're asking for a continuance. The document that you asked Mr. Guzman to send me a copy of it in chat so that we're all looking at the same page of papers.
yes, sir.
Okay, and add-ons. In the marriage of Annette Munoz Luna and George Luna. I see Mr. Luna is here.
Yeah, good morning, Your Honor. Per Hardy representing George Luna, the movant, and we're ready on the motion to modify temporary orders and I'm going to reset or drop the motion to compel since I received answers to interrogatories late last night.
Okay,
Judge, here from Miss Luna. My understanding is she's having a little trouble connecting, but she should be with us. I think the issue will be resolved in 30 minutes if we're just doing the temporary orders.
I would agree with that, Your Honor.
okay, and would it be helpful to confer in a breakout room?
I think on just it's one narrow issue, Judge, and I don't think the parties have an agreement on it.
Okay, but would it be helpful to confer about making an agreement?
Miss Hardy?
I'm always willing to talk. I
Okay.
agree it's one issue.
All right, I am going to. Actually, Ms. Riley, this is a short docket. I'll stay as the host, and if you want to take off, that's great. If you have other stuff to work on, I will open breakout rooms, and I will assign Mr. Nichols.
You'll just provide me with your dockets and afterwards, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have sent you just the attorneys an invitation to the breakout room if you need. Now, is this Miss Luna here?
I believe she should be logging on.
There's a Samsung just appeared.
That wouldn't surprise me if that was her.
All right, I'm asking the Samsung telephone to unmute. Can't tell if she's very still or frozen. I think frozen. Suppose if you had that Marceau mime ability to just freeze, you could deceive people into thinking you were frozen and see if they're talking about you. All right, well, her video went away.
Wonderful.
Oop. All right, again, I'm asking you to unmute in the Samsung. Can you hear me? Oh. All right. We have her connection. Yes, are you Ms. Luna?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. Your attorney is, I think, going to confer with Mr. Luna's attorney. And I'll let you know, Floresville's a small town. I know Mr. Luna, I've done business with him in the
Yes,
past.
I know.
I've never been in their house. He's never been in my house. I know, maybe when somebody else owned it. So I just want to let the attorneys know just that I know Mr. Luna. All right, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, sir.
You? Okay. Give me just a second. All right, I've read your motion for continuance. Let me ask, did you file a copy of that with the district clerk's office?
I was only able to send it to the lawyer. I don't even have the address of the court that we're at or the clerk of to file it to.
All right, sir, that's fine. Let me, okay, I have just, Ms. Tejada is the deputy district clerk. I have just posted a copy of that to her in chat. And are you able to file something like this from the judge?
Yes, I can e-file it, Judge.
Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Motion for continuance is in the proper format. You would be surprised how many attorneys I have come in and ask for continuance and they don't have it sworn to and stuff. What I need to tell you, sir, is that what Mr. Guzman said a moment ago is that he's asking for a temporary restraining order, and that's a very temporary order. By law, it can't last more than about 10 days. That's supposed to freeze a situation in effect or prevent something that could be very bad from happening until the court has a chance to have a full-blown hearing on the issue. So what Mr. Guzman is asking is to have you restricted from having access to the, I assume it's your child, your son, okay? And Mr. Guzman, have you talked to the coordinator's office about a proposed date or?
No, Judge, we'd like to get a date. We also filed a motion for new trial. I don't know if it's too soon for the respondent, but we'd love to get a date on both.
Okay, and you're in, sir?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
You're in Galveston?
Yes, sir. I'm in Baco, Texas, Galveston County.
Galveston County, okay. All right.
And also, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so what I was saying before is this isn't the first time she brought this up with the judge, with the order that's in place. She brought this up in court. So it's not like the judge didn't know, the attorney generals didn't know. It's not like his probation officer didn't know. So it's all been said. And I still got him first, third, and fifth with no restrictions.
That's another basis for the motion for new trial.
Right.
All right. Mr. Murphy?
I'm sorry. You can.
Right.
You can continue.
We're going to have a hearing on the temporary restraining order today. I have to balance stuff out. And again, this is not anything only other than a hearing on what's going to happen until we can have a hearing on the merits. And Mr. Guzman is alleging that you have a registered sex offender residing with you, and that gives me great cause for concern. So we're going to have a hearing on just whether there should be a restraining order entered until such time as we can have a full-blown hearing on this issue. So I'm going to ask, first of all, Mr. Guzman and you to speak with, actually, I told the coordinator that she could leave. I'm going to ask Mr. Guzman to go to the website for the court administrator. It's the 81st 218th District Court. Mr. Murphy, if you have another electronic device or if you're on a computer, are you on a computer or a phone?
Computer.
Okay, if you can go to 81st-218th District Court. Let me see exactly what does that say. It's 81-218.txcourts.gov. Yes, sir. And look on the calendar. And today's the 14th. How long do you need to hire an attorney, Mr. Murphy?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
How long do you need to hire an attorney?
At least at the minimum 2 weeks.
That takes us past the 14 days.
Right. All right, sir. I can set this until the 26th. If you have well, I'll set this on the 26th. That's almost as close as we can get to 2 weeks. This is a small county and we do not have court here every day. If you go to Galveston County, Harris County, Fort Bend, they'll have court there every single day. And what I'll also say is that if a TRO is granted, then we'd have to either have another hearing on that day, or we would have to have an agreement among the parties to extend the temporary restraining order. So I'm going to set this right now for the motion for temporary orders and the motion for new trial. Or actually, was this from the family master?
It was a Attorney General, Family Master.
Okay, all right. So if you filed it in a timely manner, that's automatic, I guess.
I did.
Okay, all right. I'm trying to be accusatory, but okay, all right.
Judge, if you're thinking about having a hearing, if you put us in a breakout room with Mr. Murphy, perhaps we can find a way where he can come up and see his child, as opposed to keeping him away from the child for 2 weeks. We just don't want him in the house. And so maybe he could come up to Floresville and see the child, and maybe I can talk to him about that.
All right. And I will ask the Mr. Murphy, you to confer with Mr. Guzman. Let me ask, would it be better if I can't roll the R's.
Covarrubias.
Covarrubias
There you go.
was in the breakout room or not?
Yes, please.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Murphy, is I'm going to open what's called a breakout room. That's a separate electronic room that you're going to receive an invitation to. And if you will go to that, you'll have an opportunity to discuss this with Mr. Guzman, with just the three of y'all. So you should have received a little blue box at the bottom with an invitation to a breakout room. If you can just click on that.
Your Honor, can I briefly interrupt? I
Yes,
got
sir.
disconnected and need to go back to the breakout room with Ms. Hardy. I got disconnected. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was in there by myself.
Okay. All right. Are you able to go back, Ms. Hardy, or do you need to?
I need as well, because when Mr. Nichols didn't arrive,
okay.
I returned.
Can you put
Thank
your
you.
mouse at the bottom? Does the blue box to return to the breakout room come back up?
No. Not yet.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move you to a different breakout room, and then I will return you. So don't go to the first one.
All right, thank you.
No, I said don't go to the first one. I got to return you to where Mr. Nichols is. Okay, if you have one to breakout room 1, go ahead. Thank you. Okay. All right, I am not optimistic, but I'm going to see if I can get a third. I was able to look at the calendar. Let's see if I can get a third window open and log on to the Atascosa District Clerk's office. And after that, we'll take up the tax cases. I've been trying to wait until about 30 before taking lots of defaults, because we have so many people show up late with Zoom.
Your Honor, we're going to need a hearing whenever you have time.
Okay. Well, let me try and get the pro se divorce out.
Yeah.
Been having computer issues. I've had a new one on order for 2 weeks. All right, Ms. Booth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, do you have your proposed divorce decree?
Um,
And has that, let me go to my email. I believe the coordinator said that. All right, you're breaking up, man. We can't hear you.
I said I think I may have it.
All right, here. The coordinate, the district clerk, they're having issues apparently, but they sent me the proposed divorce decree.
I don't have a copy of it.
Okay, I have it from the district clerk. So let me look at this. So let me look over your proposed decree for a moment.
Okay.
Well, thank you. All right, ma'am. Could you raise your right hand?
Oh, sorry.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes.
All right. And is your name Morgan Elaine Booth?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're married to Justin Ryan Bratton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And has the marriage between the two of you become undermined due to a discord or conflict of personalities?
Yes.
Is there any expectation the two of you are going to remarry or live together again as husband and wife? I mean,
No, Your Honor.
okay. And when did you and Mr. Bratton marry?
April 2014.
All right. And since that time, have any children been born to you?
Yes, 2.
And who are they?
Zoe and Bryson Bratton.
All right. Because your proposed decree says that their marriage, that their dates of birth predate the marriage.
Well, oh, yes. Sorry.
All right. So have there been any children born to you at all since the date of your marriage?
No. Yes. Yes. I had 2 outside after we separated.
Okay. And who are they?
Arian and Swade Booth.
How do you spell that?
SWAYD.
Okay. And the first child?
ARYAN.
Okay. And are they the children of Mr. Bratton?
No.
Has there been an attorney general's case or some other way that their father of those children has been established?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that?
Where was what?
Where did that happen? How did that happen?
In like where they were born?
Okay. And here's what I'm getting to, ma'am. The law in Texas presumes that the husband is the father of any child born during the marriage and for 270 days after the marriage. So the 2 children that you have with Mr. Bratton were born before the marriage, but I see that you went to a court in 2013, and there was an attorney general's case that established that Mr. Bratton is the father of those 2 children, okay?
Yes.
All right, so that's fine. They are his children because he's been legally determined to be the father of those children. However, the law also presumes that any other children born during the marriage are Mr. Bratton's father, and Mr. Bratton is their father. And there's a couple of ways that can be overcome, that presumption. If you have been to an attorney general's case or something that has adjudicated another man to be the father of those children, we need to reference that in the divorce decree. So the divorce decree says that even though these children were born during the marriage, they are not children of the marriage, and I won't go and order genetic testing and have a trial over whether Mr. Bratton's the father of the children. I'll just have a reference to say, go see this other court order in Jordanton or wherever it is.
Okay. Yes, I have attorney general orders. Or I have a case open.
Okay. Has it been finalized?
Um,
You're not sure?
I'm not.
Oh,
I'm unsure.
okay. What's the cause number? Do you know the cause number of the other attorney general case?
I just have. I don't have the cause number for that one for Arian right now, or Sway.
Okay, ma'am. And how long ago did you go to the Attorney General to get that started?
It's been since April 2018.
Okay, well, it ought to be finalized by now.
Well, we had been going through CPS, me and Arian's dad, and they set up orders between the two of us, and then
Okay.
I never got a from the Attorney General or anything.
All right. And is the CPS case still open?
No,
What county did all that happen in?
in Atascosa.
Okay. All right, ma'am, I was thinking that this was just going to be a prove up of a pro se divorce, a self-represented divorce, and we would have been finished several minutes ago if it was that easy. So I'm going to go back to the other hearing that I started, get that resolved, and then I'm going to open up and go and look, and I have some access to the district clerk's records. The district clerk in Atascosa County is shorthanded this morning, and they're having civil and criminal court both. And they don't have a clerk over here because they have a lot more people. There's only the tax cases in your case. So I will finish up the other hearing and then do the tax cases, and I'll go back in and look and see if I can find that. If I can find everything where the orders are finalized, adjudicating that someone else is the father of those children, then I can just edit your proposed decree with a note. Okay. So I'm going to mute you and I'll recall your case. All right, Mr. Guzman, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And let me ask Mr. Guzman to unmute. Oop.
I'm back, Judge.
Okay. All right, sir. All right, so I understand that you were not able to come to any kind of an agreement.
I was advised that he would not make an agreement without a lawyer.
Okay, all right. All right, so Mr. Murphy, on your motion for continuance, I am not going to grant a continuance on the temporary restraining order. And the reason for that is that if I'm wrong and you ought to have access to your child right now, it's very unfortunate, but we can give you additional periods of access in the future. So to make up for whatever time you miss, if I decide to grant the restraining order. If there is good reason to believe that you have a registered sex offender living with you and that your child might be in danger, if I was to not grant the TRO, and I should have, and something happens to your son, I can't unring that bell. So we're going to proceed and have the temporary restraining order hearing. But again, this is just, it can't be more than it's like 10 business days, 2 weeks, 14 days. So are you, who else is planning to be a witness?
Judge, I have Ms. Covarrubias available to testify. I didn't know if you wanted to proceed like a temporary orders hearing or just have me make argument. I'm ready to do whatever you want to, how you want to proceed, Judge.
I would like to hear just very brief testimony.
Okay.
Do you wish to testify this morning or not?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, no, Mr. Murphy,
Would I testify?
do you wish to testify this morning or not at the temporary restraining order?
Yeah, I'll testify.
All right, then let me ask both of you to raise your right hands. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give, the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Guzman.
Thank you, Judge. I'll call Mr. Murphy.
All right. Go ahead.
Who is Ron Christopher Marshall?
Who?
Ron Marshall?
My brother.
And how long has he lived with you?
Well, I just moved here. So I've been living here for about a month to make it about a year.
Okay, so almost a year. So
Yeah.
has Mr. Marshall been living with you since you moved into that new place?
That's what you just asked, right?
Yeah.
It's the
has he
same
been living-
question.
No,
Well,
I asked about Mr. Marshall, not about you. Has
you
Mr.
said
Marshall?
has.
Okay, we don't have to get back and forth. Mr. Murphy, are you living with your brother?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Marshall didn't move in with you, you moved in with him,
Yeah, I moved in with my mom. Right.
or with your mom. Okay. Has Mr. Marshall been there the whole time?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Guzman.
And he's still there as we talk about him today.
Right.
As a witness.
All right. Mr. Murphy, if you wish, you may testify right now, you may testify later, and you do not have to testify at all.
Okay, yeah, I'll testify now. Okay, yes, he does stay with me, but like I was saying earlier when we were conversating earlier, this has already been, came into contact with the court. She has tried to file a restraining order before.
All right, and Mr. Murphy, let me just so you know a little bit about what's going on. The judge that you were in front of previously was an attorney general court judge, okay? And we have some very good attorney general court judges here in this district, but they are appointed judges. They also call them family masters. They're not elected, and the legislature set that up with all the attorney general cases so that the court judge is not spending full time or half their time hearing the attorney general cases on child support and possession and access to children with that happen in connection with the attorney general cases. Because under the Texas Constitution, that judge is not an elected office holder, you're entitled, if you don't like what they say, if you file a motion for a new trial within a short period of time, you're entitled to get a new trial automatically. Just like if you go to JP court, you get a speeding ticket and you go to JP court, if you get convicted in JP court and you don't think that's right, you can file your notice of appeal and appeal the case to county court. And the county attorney can't go up into county court and say, hey, no, judge, we already had a trial in JP court. It doesn't matter. You automatically get a brand new trial up in county court. It's the same thing with this. If you had lost, you would have had the same right to say, I want to appeal this to district court, and you start over. It's called a trial de novo, which just is a fancy way of saying new trial. It's not a matter of you're appealing the case, asking me to sit and judge whether the attorney general judge did something wrong. What they did is just thrown out and we start over from the beginning, okay? So what do you want me to know, knowing that now that you know that?
Not too much of a difference. Like I said, we talked to his probation officer, which would be a problem if if my child was staying here. But they know that as long as he doesn't live here longer than the 3 days that he's here on the weekend, then they said it's not a problem. That we have to report it anyways.
All right, sir. Well, I understand what your position is.
And it's not like he hasn't been here before. And it's not like she just found out about this. I met Natalia in 2018. So it's not like if she thought he was in trouble now, she would have thought he was in trouble then. So my whole point is that she knew about it. So it's not like it wasn't told or brought to her attention about the situation. And it's not that like he hasn't been here.
Okay, and Mr. Murphy, that would all go to the temporary orders hearing, or we'll have a hearing on what's called the merits. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out, is it true what they're alleging that your child, if your child goes to stay with you, would be staying in the same house as a registered sex offender? And what I basically would be wanting to hear today is for you to say stuff like, no, that's some other gentleman, nothing my brother, or he lives somewhere else, or I've moved out. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, I told like you said, it doesn't matter because It's a whole new trial. But I have mentioned and told that I could easily move to my brother's house. Like if that was the problem. But
Right.
I mean, to go answer your question, yes, what she said was true, or Mr. Guzman said was true.
All right, Mr. Guzman, what other witnesses do you have?
I have Ms. Covarrubias. Do you need to hear any other witnesses?
No, I'm prepared to grant the temporary restraining order right now. And again, Mr. Murphy, this is just until we have a hearing on the merits as far as temporary orders on saying, is this really an issue or is it not an issue? I have no idea what your brother was charged with or what he was found guilty of, or if he's on probation and he's registered temporarily. There's all kinds of things I don't know. So I have set this for 9 a.m. on the 26th of April. And again, sir, Mr. Murphy, attorney, if you go and hire an attorney, can tell you about this, but what happens with a temporary restraining order is it can only be good for a couple of weeks and it either expires or you have to continue to have a hearing every 2 weeks or so, or the parties can agree to extend it. And agreement to extend it doesn't mean that you agree that there should have been a temporary restraining order. It just means that you're agreeing that, no, we don't have to show back up in court at another hearing if I need more time to hire an attorney. So if you're asking for more time on the 26th of April to hire an attorney, I would ask you to consult with Mr. Guzman and see if you would can agree to extend the temporary restraining order while you have time to hire an attorney.
Okay, and I would have to do that closer to the date of the 26th.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, that would be good. Go out and try and hire an attorney right now. Let me look at the proposed order. And
I just have one question, Your Honor. If Mr. Murphy could say on the record, Mr. Murphy, I sent you an email previously. Is that the correct email for you? If I want to communicate with you, will that email continue to work?
The Triton _ yeah. If the one you sent the notice of the hearing in, then yes.
And Mr. Murphy. Okay, I was going to say we're being broadcast on Zoom, so you might not want to put your email address out in the.
But yeah, if it's the same one, that's all I need to know so I can give him notices there.
Okay, and let me, I can cut and paste the hearing information in proposed order.
I can send it in Word as well if you'd like.
No, this will work.
Okay.
Come on, machine. All right, I just posted a copy of the signed TRO to the, about to the clerk. And then I'll post a copy to Mr. Murphy. And a copy to Mr. Guzman. All right, Mr. Murphy, if you go to a chat at the bottom and click on that, you ought to get a pop-up screen. And there should be a file from Russell Wilson to you with a PDF.
I got it.
Okay, let me ask you to go ahead and open it. It has the Zoom pass code and the meeting number,
It's downloading right now. I'm downloading it.
but make sure it opens a lot. About 10
Yeah.
of the time, these documents, when they go through Zoom, do not open.
All right, I'm letting it download. I can't click on it until it downloads. first.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, it didn't download. It didn't go through.
I can send it to Mr. Murphy right now.
And I'll try one more time.
Judge, I also e-filed the TRO, so if Mr. Murphy should be able to check his email to see if he received a copy, as well as Mr. Guzman.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's not popping up.
All right. Mr. Guzman will send you a copy. And did you add him, Ms. Tejada, to who gets notice by email?
I did in the e-file, yes,
Oh,
sir.
thank you. Thank you. All right. And now, is that just a courtesy copy, or does he still need to go in and register?
That's his courtesy copy,
Okay.
but his email should be in there for future filings.
It's not. It wasn't this time around.
Okay. All right, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Guzman can, if it's not coming through like that, can send you a copy. Also, Ms. Tejada electronically filed the TRO and that she added your email address so that you should get a courtesy copy on your email. And if you are not able to hire an attorney, if you will take the court information, which appears on the temporary restraining order, and go into e-file Texas, there is a way that you can sign up as just a person who's not an attorney, but to where you can basically, you join that case and say, hey, I'm one of the parties to it. And you can file like your motion for continuance electronically. And if you do that, it automatically sends a copy to any of the attorneys involved.
Okay.
Which is required. So that saves you from having to go and track down the Attorney General and Mr. Guzman.
Yes, sir.
All right, and we'll see you all on the 26th.
Thank you.
All right, let me go ahead and, it's nearly 10 o'clock. I made Mr. Rocha wait longer than I meant to. Mr. Rocha, are you ready to proceed in the tax cases?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, Judge. I do have one change.
Okay.
The first case, 1610-0973,
Right.
Billy Joe Beeson. Ms. Hawkins reached out to me. There are heirs who've gone in and paid the court cost, and she indicated they're going to be filing an affidavit of heirship to the, I guess, to the properties or whatever interest there may be out there. So I would like to drop that, and
okay,
we'll reach out to those heirs to see if we can get an affidavit or when that affidavit may or may have been filed.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're good to proceed on the rest of the cases.
All right. And I'll call all of the tax cases. Take judicial notice. There's no one else present here who didn't answer earlier. All right. So I'll order them consolidated for purposes of trial and take judicial notice of the contents of all of the files. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Also, Judge, we'd like to include for those attorney items who have filed their affidavits and the statement of evidence, the attorney item fee of $450.
Okay.
We also like to admit to evidence the certified tax statements as evidence of the delinquent taxes that are currently due for the properties, and proceed to enter the judgment for those taxes.
All right. Without objection, I will order the certified tax statements admitted into evidence. And as always, I want to look at the clerk's records. Mr. Nichols and I were in court till about 6 yesterday, and the case that announced 2 hours we didn't get to, but this is a much shorter docket. So I ought to be able to get to all of that and the cases in Wilson County today. So are you going to e-file your proposed judgments? Or are you going to send them to me?
Judge, we will e-file those to the district court. We just wanted to wait. We don't know who shows up, and we don't.
I understand. Okay. Well, have any questions? I will get back in touch with you, and you are excused.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
All right. Ms. Hardy, Mr. Nichols.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, we've had a chance to confer. We do want to submit that issue to the court. Ms. Hardy was not privy to your disclosure about knowing Mr. Luna, so I thought it might be helpful if you would do that again. My client, we're not going to raise an objection if the court feels comfortable, but I thought it at least fair that Ms. Hardy hear the same disclosure you made. I represent Ms. Luna, by the way.
Okay, yes. All right.
Yes.
All right. I guess you'd already taken off to a breakout room. I just say that
Yes.
Wilson County is a small town. I know Mr. Luna. I did business with him at his lubricant shop for many years. The questions I would always ask when I was an attorney was, have you ever been to their house? Do you have them in your cell phone? I've never been to the Luna's house. They haven't been to mine. I don't have his cell number. We're not close friends or anything, but we do know each other. That was all. Okay. All right. So we need to have the parties sworn in.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me ask the two parties to raise your right hands. Each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Ms. Luna?
would you like a short opening and regarding the motion to modify?
Well, hold on, I haven't heard from Ms. Luna yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I said yes, I do.
Okay, you may put your hands down. Thank you. Okay, yes, on what are you trying to modify and how?
Okay, Your Honor, temporary orders were entered last July. And at that time, Miss Luna was allowed to reside in what they call the barn property. Since then, we've discovered that she has not resided in that property for at least 9 months. And meanwhile, Mr. Luna had been renting a place, but the owners want to sell it. And so they've asked him to move out. So the single issue is that we're asking the court to modify the temporary orders and allow Mr. Luna to move into the barn property.
Okay. All right,
And
Mr.
may I, oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Nichols, are you in agreement? That's what have a dispute over?
I do agree that that is the dispute, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let me ask, where is Miss Luna living?
Well, so Your Honor, this was for a number of reasons. Miss Luna will explain why she hasn't lived there full time, in part because of Mr. Luna's conduct. But the barn is primarily an antique kind of.
And I'm familiar with it. If you need to put a record on for the fourth court, that's fine. But I'm
No, that's
judicial notice of what the barn is.
That's fine. So it has a small apartment that Miss Luna occasionally stayed at and planned to stay at. Testimony why that wasn't the case. It was a series of instances from kind of the behavior of Mr. Luna. Then of course, I think there were substantial repairs that needed to be the freeze. And then reopening is imminent as Miss Luna is now fully vaccinated. So the temporary orders were agreed. The parties receive a fair amount of income sale of their property. Mr. Luna receives more income than Miss Luna does. He currently rents a house, and the problem is, Your Honor, the barn is where Miss Luna intends to work and live. And if Mr. Luna is allowed to live there, then she can't work there. But she doesn't feel comfortable, and she'll explain that in her testimony. So we believe that the agreed temporary order should stay in effect. Mr. Luna, I guess, will have to find another place to live. I'll ask him the urgency. I think they're just placing the property for sale. I don't think that there's an eviction proceeding or anything like that. But we think this is really the primary opportunity for my client to make a living. I know that the parties are separating and would like to retain that right to do that. She's also been paying all the bills for this for the last 9 months. She paid off the taxes, she paid the utilities, she's paid all that for the last several months.
And how close are you to resolving the divorce?
We haven't, we're really kind of finished we're not going to be submitting a ton of discovery. I don't think I think this case needs to mediate like yesterday, but.
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I didn't know we were going to get into actual evidence before calling the witnesses, but I don't agree with the assessment. Miss Luna has not done anything to operate the business at the barn for the past 9 months. I filed my motion on March 8th, a month and a half ago, and now today she's coming to court to say I want to open up. I'm prepared to put on testimony at this point, Your Honor.
Okay, and this case has been on file for 10 months. Where do you stand on getting it resolved?
It needs to be immediate.
The problem is discovery. I sent interrogatories last November. Again, I sent the same set in December. only last night did I get the answers to my 18 interrogatories. That's why I had filed a motion to compel, which I dropped today because I haven't been able to look at the interrogatories. We're in the middle of discovery. There's money that's missing that we are trying to trace. I've hired a forensic CPA for that purpose. So we're not close to finishing this case. But in the meantime.
All right. So now I know where we're going. So we have a 1 hour for temporary orders. I guess it's your motion to modify. Ms. Hardy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I will call George Luna.
Go ahead, Nora.
Please state your name for the record.
George R. Luna Sr.
And did you file this motion to modify temporary orders?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are you asking the court to modify?
I'm asking the court if they would allow me to move back into the barn property for the fact that I'm having to leave the present residence that I've been renting and I need a place to go.
And why are you having to leave your present rental?
Because they're wanting to sell the property and I need to clean it up so they can do that as soon as possible.
And what other reasons are you asking to move back to the barn property?
I am concerned about the property being vacant for the last 9 months. Nothing has been done there that I know of, any improvements or nothing. And I'm just afraid that it's just not being taken care of.
And you heard your wife's attorney tell the court that she's wanting to open her business. Has she, to your knowledge, done any business over the last 9 months?
There hasn't been any business, any kind of business there at the barn from the vendors, from herself or anybody that I know of.
Have there been any deposits from the business into the barn bank account?
I haven't seen none.
I'll pass the witness. Oh, did you have, Mr. Luna, was there something you needed to add to that last?
No, I just wanted to say that I haven't seen any deposits.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Did the temporary orders just give the barn to Ms. Luna to be used as a residence? Is she supposed to be operating the business as a business or?
That was my understanding.
And I'm asking Ms. Hardy.
Okay.
Yes, it was both. She was allowed to reside at the property and to operate the business there.
Okay, all right. Mr. Nichols?
Do you want me just to cross or do you want me to respond to that?
Either, both.
Oh, well, I mean, Your Honor, my client will testify why, there hasn't been a lot of brick and mortar retail in the last year, but I think she'll testify that there's been some online sales and we'll get into her testimony, but I'll just cross this right now. Okay. Mr. Luna, is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Luna, when was the last time you were at the barn property?
About 2 days before the freeze, I went and turned the water meter off.
Okay. And did you go inside?
I have no keys, sir.
Did you tell Miss Luna that you were turning the water off?
No, sir.
Okay. So you haven't actually witnessed what's inside the barn, have you?
No, sir.
Your current lease, how long does your lease, where is it?
Mr. Nichols, let me interrupt you for a moment, and just so I can clarify one thing. Mr. Luna, do you mean by cut the water off that you just turn the valve at the water meter, or did you go to the city and have the water shut off?
No, I just went by there, and since I heard on the news that it's going to freeze, I went ahead and turned the meter off, just to try to prevent any damage.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Nichols.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Luna, where do you currently rent your house?
2544 97 West.
All right, and what is your lease term there? When is your lease up?
I'm just renting month by month.
Okay. Have you received a notice to vacate?
No, sir.
Is there a for sale sign in the front yard?
No, sir.
Has the house been shown to anyone?
In the past, it has.
When was it last shown?
About maybe 2 years, a year and a half ago.
Okay, but currently there's no one actively looking at the house.
Say that again?
Currently, there's no potential buyers visiting the house. Like, it's not even
No,
listed
no,
for
sir.
sale yet, is it?
No, sir.
So the owners have just indicated they want to sell something, right?
They want to sell the property. I had leased the property at one time with the option to buy, but then this took place. So
What do you mean by this?
I was-
Divorce?
well, I was planning to purchase the property when we sold Lube Works to purchase this property.
Okay. How much do you pay in rent there, sir?
$1,491.32
And where do you get that money?
from a Social Security check.
Okay. And you agree none of that money goes to Miss Luna, right?
No, sir.
And how many places have you sought to find another place for that price?
None. I was just waiting to see what the court would say.
So you haven't explored any other options?
No, sir.
Do you have any belongings at the barn?
Yes, sir.
And what are those belongings?
My personal belongings that I have, and then I have a few items that belong
That's
to
not,
her.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, sir. That's not specific enough. You rent a house. What specifically personal belongings do you have that are located at the barn, inside the barn?
I am not aware of what's inside the barn, sir.
Okay, then how do you know your personal belongings are inside the barn?
Well, because I had left a stall full of personal stuff that I was trying to sell, and that's all I know.
And that was in
haven't
the
been in
shed,
there.
wasn't it?
Sir?
That's in the shed, isn't it?
No, what was in the shed, that was my personal stuff I took.
Okay, so you don't know specifically what's at the barn.
Not inside, no, sir.
All right. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Luna, oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Luna, have the owners indicated that they want you to move?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they tell you how soon?
They told me that they wanted me out of there as soon as possible because they're wanting to clean the place up and put it up for sale and have it appraised.
So they want you out in order to prepare the property for sale?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Luna, are you opposed to trying to mediate this case?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance to the issue before the court.
Your Honor,
And also we also have an agreement to mediate that's in the temporary orders.
Your Honor, what I'm trying to establish is Mr. Luna is on some forensic fishing expedition and is just dragging his heels in resolving this case.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll find I'll sustain the objection that's for the attorneys to discuss
All right.
Thank
with or
you.
without me. Go ahead.
Mr. Luna, there's discussion that you believe money is missing and you haven't seen deposits into the barn account. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
What money do you believe is missing?
A whole bunch of money.
Okay, that's not specific enough.
Well, I don't have that stuff before me right now.
All right, do you think that Miss Luna is actively making money and not sharing it with you? What's the nature of that claim?
I have no idea of that, sir.
Okay, do you know how much money you claim is missing?
I would much rather wait.
Well, I apologize, but you're the one who filed this motion and I'm cross-examining you.
Your
So
Honor,
I would
this is,
object as to non-responsive.
and Your Honor, I would object because this line of questioning has nothing to do with what's stated in the motion. This has to do with discovery aspects. We have been trying to get information and documents and bank statements, and we don't have the information that we've been trying to get. And that's why we're not prepared to answer. And Mr. Nichols has no pleadings on file for this line of questioning.
Your Honor,
Mr.
she
Nichols?
opened the door. She she opened the door and alleged, Mr. Luna can't afford to pay this and that. I'm trying to find out what the nature of this expedition is on, because I don't think that it has anything to do with discovery. And we'll probably have a hearing on discovery at some point.
Okay,
Your Honor,
I'll allow Mr. Nichols to inquire briefly.
Okay, so Mr. Luna, I'm trying to figure out exactly what you received $1,491 from Social Security that your wife doesn't touch. You claim all this money is missing. I'm trying to find out what money you think is missing.
In the past, sir, I had given her some money, a check for $86,000 to deposit in one of her accounts, in her savings accounts, and she never has deposited that money. I want to know where that money went. Plus, there's a
Okay.
lot of other money that's missing.
Okay, when time frame so the judge can understand if this is new or old. When did you write that $86,000 check?
I did not write that check. It was handed to me by Brad Cotton, and I gave it to her in his
Okay,
presence.
Your Honor,
was-
I have to object. This is way outside the scope. The only pleadings on file is my motion to modify temporary orders based on him being asked to move from his house and
Mr.
his
Nichols?
wife
I
not,
just want to clarify that was more than 10 years ago, this $86,000.
No, sir.
that has to do with
If
the
I could
discovery and the
finish my-
All right,
divorce.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
If you're correct, Mr. Nichols, then yes, it's way back. Either way, this is just about what's going to happen the next few months.
So can I just ask when that 86, I just want to make sure that this is not a current financial issue.
Yes, when did that happen, Mr. Luna?
It happened May of 2014.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Nichols.
Mr. Luna, do you have family in the area?
Yeah. Oh, let me see. Yes, I think I do.
And what family?
I have a couple of cousins that live here in Floresville, and then I have my two granddaughters that are living with me for right now. They're staying.
Your granddaughters live with you?
I have two granddaughters that are staying temporarily because of this school, COVID, whatever.
And so where do you propose they go?
They're going back with their dad.
So do their dad live, does your son live in here locally?
No, sir.
Where does he live?
He lives in Atascosa County.
Okay. Any other family, sir?
That's it.
I'll pass.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I have nothing further from this witness. Thank you.
All right. Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, I believe Mr. Luna has testified to what the situation is. So I would rest at this point.
All right, Mr. Nichols,
I'll call in Annette Luna.
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Ms. Luna, could you state your name for the record?
Annette Munoz Luna.
And ma'am, I need to ask you to speak up.
Annette Munoz Luna.
Can you hear that, Judge?
Barely. And I'm sure the court reporter can.
Annette, you need to get it,
I don't
the
know
audio
what to
figured
do.
out. Man, the connection looks low.
I don't know. What about now?
It's better.
That's better. Just make sure you speak very loudly so the court reporter can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Louder.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
Very good.
I don't know
All right.
how else to move it or what to do.
All right. Miss Luna, where have you currently been residing?
I've been living with family members. Since I left, I've pretty much stayed with 3 different ones. And it's just depending too on like whose vehicle I can use and where I have appointments. Like I have a cousin, a way older cousin in San
Okay,
Antonio.
thank you. Thank you. And how much rent, if any, are you paying approximately?
Now, like on average, about $600 help with rent and utilities, and then the use of vehicles.
Okay, are you also paying utilities at the barn?
Yes,
What utilities and how much?
Right.
I'm paying the barn and the water. The water bill averages, it's about 154 around there. The electricity's right under 100, and then I've been paying yard maintenance and
Okay, did you also pay some taxes last year for the barn?
yeah, not the current ones that just came out, but some that we owed, that was, I believe, a little over $2,000 at the last temporary hearing. The judge ordered me to pay those. I
Okay,
paid them. This January, I also paid the barn sales tax that was due in January for last year.
okay. And tell the court why you didn't immediately move in after the last temporary orders hearing, when the agreed temporary orders.
Yes, the last temporary orders, when the judge, I had asked for my truck and trailer so I could use it for the barn to haul stuff and bring stuff and all that. And I was given our Denali and the trailer. They were left at the barn. I went to pick them up, and I already, while I was there, I don't know if he was, George was in the vehicle or not, but his sons were already passing, and I didn't feel safe. And then, so anyway, the truck and trailer, I mean, the Denali and the trailer, were not really operable. They had a bunch of tires and stuff changed out. So I barely made it like 6 or 8 miles down the road to my parents, and they've been parked there ever since. I've not paid to get those fixed.
Miss Luna, the question is, why didn't you stay at the barn immediately after the temporary orders?
Right. Well, because I guess when I left and he was served the papers, they went in and took a lot of things out of there, everything. I didn't think they were supposed to take anything, but things from in the apartment, personal items, everything like from the bathroom. They left the refrigerators open with everything in them. There was just a lot of stuff that needed to be cleaned and done. Items from inside the barn were taken. Items that were supposed to have been there to sell were taken. And then another reason was just with all this COVID stuff, I really hadn't been opening since the beginning of March, even before COVID, because I had been cleaning the place out. We had been hauling stuff out to revamp it.
Miss Luna, I'm going to try to keep you focused on the question.
Mhm.
Since the last temporary orders, what efforts have you taken to get the barn ready to reopen after, I guess, COVID?
I've gone in there a few times, several times during the day, and I have been there some nights, but in the evenings. But I have been cleaning, rearranging, throwing things. I have one of the vendors has been moving her items out of there. I did stay there a couple nights. I can say I didn't really sleep.
Okay, Miss Luna, are there vendors there now with belongings there? Miss Luna, you're on mute.
Okay, I you just cut off.
Hold
and-
on, hold on,
Can't hear
hold
you.
on. I need you to do tests first before you start talking again. Test, test, test for us.
Test.
Ms. Cavazos, okay. So Ms. Luna, I'm specifically wondering if is inventory currently located at the barn.
What was the question?
If there is inventory currently located at the barn.
Oh, I would say there's probably, yes, about, I haven't taken all the things that I've been buying the last few months.
Okay, Ms. Luna, just
the-
answer the question, please.
Yes, there's about 25.
All right, she's gone.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm doing my best.
Mr. Nichols, I understand. Well, no, she's back now. Ms. Nichols, Ms. Luna, where are you?
Can you hear me now?
A little. Where are you located? I don't need a street address, but what town?
In San Antonio,
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Nichols.
and I don't,
Okay, Ms. Luna, about how much is the value of the merchandise at the barn?
I'd say about 2,500.
All right, do you have
It's-
anywhere else to open a retail shop?
No,
Do you have anywhere else that you could find to live for $600 a month?
no, not other than with family.
Do you reside with, do you receive less money a month than Mr. Luna, to the best of your knowledge?
Okay, here I am again, sorry.
Do you receive less money per month than Mr. Luna, to your knowledge?
Yes. Yes, I
And
do.
if the court were, do you have a plan to actively reopen the barn, a real plan?
Yes, I am planning to open May 1st. And I've bought quite a bit of merchandise here and there the last few months. I yesterday got my second COVID shot, so my thought was that they give you that couple weeks after your second shot that you're considered more in the safe zone. So I figure that's at the end of April, so I would open May 1st.
Okay.
Another thing.
Are you telling the court that you really are intending and will open by May 1st?
Yes, my money is running really low with all these expenses, and I do not have medical insurance, and I need to make money so I can.
Does Mr. Luna have medical insurance, to your knowledge?
Yes,
If Mr. Luna was to reside there, would you want to continue to work at the barn?
no.
All right, I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, I have a few questions. You said that in the past 9 months, you have resided with 3 different family members. Is that true?
Yes,
Pardon me?
yes, ma'am.
And where specifically have you resided in the past 9 months?
With one of my sisters in Livonia, and I haven't stayed with her for a while, and now with my parents and then the cousin in San Antonio. My parents
Who
live
in
in
San-
Floresville.
And who are you paying the rent to for the past 9 months?
When I stay mostly with my cousins, I pay her money, or at my parents, I pay them money. And I'm kind of back and forth sometimes because it just depends what appointments, what I have going on, and whose vehicle I'm going to be able to use.
And where are you currently staying?
I've been staying with my cousin in San Antonio. I've been back and forth. I stay at my parents and I stay at her house.
And how long have you been staying with your cousin in San Antonio?
Off and on. I started staying with her last year when I left also, but then she got COVID. Thankfully, I didn't get it. And
Now, you mentioned paying taxes, back due taxes on the barn. Isn't it true that you were ordered to pay those taxes out of the 19,000, and I think we've lost her?
yeah, I just
19,500.
got, I just got
19,500.
back.
Wait, Miss Luna, isn't it true
Yeah.
that you were ordered to pay the taxes, the past due taxes, out of the $19,500 that you took out of the joint bank account prior to the temporary orders hearing?
Yes, I did pay that money out of that money, that the taxes out of that money.
Okay. We filed this motion in March of this year. Why haven't you made any efforts to move back or open your business in the past 9 months, or certainly since we filed this motion?
I have been making efforts. I've been cleaning it out, moving stuff, throwing trash, buying more inventory, waiting to see what was going to happen with all this COVID stuff. This year it kind of mellowed out, and now that I got the vaccines, and I did stay there a couple nights, and the second time I stayed there, I could hear someone messing with the door and trying to like rattle it, open it. And so I didn't stay there anymore, and my family didn't want me to stay there anymore. But I've since got some alarm devices that I'm going to use in there, and I'm signing up for the concealed handgun permit so I can have that also there with me.
So are you saying you didn't stay at the barn property, which the court allowed you to stay at for the past 9 months, because you were afraid?
Yes, after that second night that I was there, I really didn't sleep either of the nights. I was up just working in there.
So that did not prevent you from operating your business there for the past 9 months, did it?
What do you mean by that?
Being afraid did not prevent you from operating your business for the past 9 months, did it? And also, in terms of lack of funds, you
Your Honor,
since the separation,
I think she needs to answer the question.
I thought she did.
Okay.
And there was a month last year when I was at the barn. I don't remember right now, but I did do a deposit for some sales into the barn account. It wasn't big. It was like $283, I want to say, or maybe a little more than that. So he should have seen that.
When was that? When did you deposit any money into the barn account?
It was last year after the temporary orders.
What month?
Shortly after. I don't have that before me. I didn't know I would need it, but it went into the barn account that we're both on, ending in 3580.
When was that? What month?
I don't have that information before me, but I'm guessing maybe August.
So August, and since August of 2020, you have not done business or received any rentals or other monies to put in the barn account, have you?
Yeah, and that money, that day I hadn't opened. I literally just went in there to work a little bit. And as he knows also, if I open them doors just a little bit for airflow, people's coming in. And so that's the reason I made those sales.
Ma'am, that was not my question. My question was, since August of 2020, you have not received any money from vendors or rentals or business that you placed in the barn account, correct?
No, I haven't made any sales or any money to put in there.
But
I've
you
just
have not been,
working in there.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I've just been working in there, cleaning and moving things around and getting it ready, revamping it so that for when I was going to open again. And I was already doing that back at the beginning, since the beginning of last year. Since March, I hadn't really opened much there. We were just mainly cleaning.
How often have you been going to the barn property in the last 9 months?
I've gone in there probably about, I would say about 6, 8 times a month.
But never have opened it for business. And you
haven't
to this point, no. Now, you have not been without funds. In addition to the funds you receive under the temporary orders, you also have received stimulus check, correct? Since,
none of that.
I'm sorry?
I'm back on, so I guess I've not opened the bid.
No, Miss Luna, I'm sorry to interrupt. Miss Luna, stop talking for a second. We can't hear you, so you're gonna need to test again so that Miss Luna or Miss Hardy can ask you a question. We haven't heard the last 1 minute of your speech.
Okay.
No, it's not good. Perhaps if you went outside or something, is it quiet outside so that you're not inside? I don't know. I know Mr. Luna's finding this hilarious. It's cute to watch him smile.
Test,
Miss Luna, we cannot see you or hear you.
test, test.
That's better.
Okay, test. You can hear me now?
Yes, where's your video?
A little bit.
It's up on there. I don't know.
Okay, I'm asking you to start your video. You should have a link pop up. Mr. Finkel, while we're waiting, did you need to see me?
Yes, Judge, and I apologize. I've been sitting patiently waiting with Judge Ellison's court for a tax case and hadn't gotten sent a link to, I didn't realize that you were hearing the tax cases.
Yes, Mr. Rocha is already finished. I had a question on that Walden case. Is that it?
Yes.
Was there ever a judgment entered in that?
Yes, there was.
Okay. So is she even the owner of that trailer?
Well, yes, she is.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Rocha reset on request on the Walden case because he wasn't sure what was going on, and I told him I didn't remember if the trailer was part of the lawsuit or if it was just the real property or what. But I asked him to get with you, so nothing happened. It's reset on request.
On request? Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you,
Okay.
and I apologize.
That's fine. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Luna, we can see you now. Hopefully we can hear you. Go ahead, Mr. Nichols.
Well, it's Miss Hardy. I was just trying
I'm
to
sorry.
facilitate it. Can you test Miss Luna? Your video is gone again.
Test.
Okay, let's try that.
May I proceed now?
Yes.
Okay, Miss Luna, you testified that you, over the last 9 months, you've gone to the barn property perhaps 6 to 8 times per month. Is that your testimony?
Your Honor, may I request we take a brief recess? I'm going to call my client and get her outside in a place that we can actually conduct the hearing, but,
Yes, we'll be in recess until 11 o'clock.
okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Annette, while we are on a break, why don't you test your, can you talk for me? Just say hi.
Hi, test, test, test.
All right, that seems to be a little better. So hopefully, when the judge gets back, we'll to continue without interruption.
Yeah, because it shows I have bars and then all of a sudden it just cuts off. So,
I understand, but you're by a window and by the internet router, so hopefully that'll be a
yeah.
little. Just don't get up and walk around right now until we, if it's working there, let's ride.
Yeah, I'm
that
not
way.
touching it. Okay.
Pardon me.
Okay, I'm back.
Your Honor, hopefully Miss Luna has moved to another location near a window and near the wireless router, so hopefully we can proceed with.
All right, yes, but not for a few minutes. I just made Ms. Cavazos the host. I have a large white bar that has appeared across the top of my screen, and I know that means that the computer is in the process of crashing, and I'm going to have to reboot. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now because I know it's just a matter of a few minutes when it starts doing that until it locks up completely. So I'm going to go ahead and reboot. That usually takes 5 to 7 minutes. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Uh,
Okay, I'm back. It didn't take as long as it usually does.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor, for the break.
All right, and Ms. Hardy, were you asking questions when we started this?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, Mayor.
May I
Is
proceed?
Mr. Luna still here?
Yes.
Mr. Luna? There he
Yes,
is.
sir.
All right, go ahead.
May I proceed?
Yes, go ahead, please.
You mentioned that one of the reasons you haven't stayed at the barn in the last 9 months is that you were afraid.
Yes.
But you're no longer afraid. Why is that?
Well, because I've got some alarm devices I'm going to try to put around the perimeter of the building and at the doors. And then I'm scheduled to take a concealed handgun class. And
okay.
And there's not good service in the barn, so I'm seeing about getting a landline or how I can get better internet or something so I can be confident that my calls are going to go out if I need to call somewhere.
And in the past 9 months, you could have taken all of these actions, correct?
Yes.
And
I just didn't have my thoughts together so much last year.
But you didn't take these. Bottom
Yeah, this year I
line
just
is
started planning more and thinking about how I could do things.
Stop, Miss Luna.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to ask you to re-ask your question. There is a lot of latency, I believe is the term in Zoom this morning. I don't know if it's Zoom. I don't know if it's internet connections. I know Ms. Luna did have an internet connection issue. So we're going to need to speak slowly and then take a deliberate pause at the end so we're not tripping over each other. All right, so I'm going to ask you to re-ask your question, Ms. Hardy.
Your Honor, I apologize. I'm a very fast talker. I will try to slow it down. You could have taken actions, i.e. getting the alarm system, getting a concealed carry, etc., anytime during the last 9 months, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
And when you mentioned about being afraid at night, when you heard something, did you call the police?
I didn't call the police. I just kind of tried to hear and listen better. I just stayed kind of still listening, but I was in there working and I had the lights on. So.
But you didn't call the police?
I didn't even have my phone with me. So no, my phone was in the apartment and
Okay.
the doors are at the back.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. My question's been answered.
All right. It's been answered. Your next question.
Yes. How many vendors are currently in the barn property?
There's one vendor, she's actually in the process, she's in the process of moving she's moved more than half of her stuff out already. She just has a little bit more to take out.
And has this one vendor been paying rent to you for the past 9 months?
No, ma'am.
Why are you waiting till May 1st to open the barn business?
Oh, well, I've been gathering items to take there and getting this alarm stuff. And I just thought of these different ways I could do things. And then yesterday I got my second COVID shot. So I just figured by the, you know how they say you have a couple weeks and then you're considered more in the safe zone. So I figured that'd be the end of April. And then I could open in May. So that COVID issue was another reason that kind of held me off. There was that and all the other things I've mentioned, but
Okay, thank you. So when did you decide that you were going to take these actions? Aside from the vaccination, the other actions, when did you first decide you were going to do that?
earlier in the year, well, actually, I had always planned on opening. That's why I've been going and cleaning and doing all the stuff there. And then this year, I just realized like I need to keep my funds up and I need to work, and I have health issues that I need medical attention for. So I need to start making money, whatever I have to do.
Well, let's talk about that. Over the past year, you have received stimulus checks, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. And you have received unemployment, correct?
I received unemployment for a short while, yes.
And what efforts have you made to find alternative employment since you claim you could not open the barn business for the past 9 months?
Because of COVID, I really didn't want to do a lot. I did ask around. I don't have a lot of experience in a lot of things because I've only just worked for our businesses. Earlier in the year, I did take a course for notary signing, to be a notary loan signing agent. I've only had one job since then, and they do it on a net 30 or net 45, so I haven't even been paid for that. But so I've only had intentions to reopen the barn, and that's why in the last few months I've been buying merchandise for there.
But you haven't applied for any other jobs or employment?
No. Because the barn, that's what I know.
You testified earlier that you have been staying with family members and paying them $600 a month, and that part of that has been that they help you with transportation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is there any reason that you could not continue with that arrangement? $600 rent, giving you a place to stay and transportation.
I probably could, but I want to be able to be there at my shop and work and live there, and then I don't have to pay that.
But you could continue staying
And
with
that
your
could go towards
relatives.
and that could go towards my insurance or medical, the things that I need to get done.
You could still work at the barn, right?
What, like if he's there?
If he lived there, yes. The apartment's separate,
No.
isn't it? It's not separate?
No, it's in the building. No, ma'am.
But if you continued to live with your relatives as you have been doing for the past 9 months, you would also have the added benefit of reliable transportation, correct?
Have reliable transportation?
Yes.
Yes, I would use one of their vehicles.
Okay, I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Nichols?
Very briefly, I just want to clarify, could you tell the court what efforts you took after the freeze in February, the snowstorm?
Yes, actually before the freeze, I had gone by there also because I do think of the pipes. I saw that the water was already cut off, And so then after the freeze, I went over there and every pipe to everything that ran water in the entire place was busted. And so I paid $2,100 to get every bit of it fixed so that I could live there. I knew I was going to start staying there and I knew I was going to open by May 1st.
So
So
you
I
did,
would not have made that.
okay, all right. So you did not just decide to move in May 1st after, you just didn't decide that today after, for the purposes of this hearing. You decided it in February sometime or prior to then?
Oh, yes, yes, earlier in the year. And so that's why I went ahead and I forked out the
Okay,
money
thank
for
you.
those repairs and stuff.
That's good. That's good. Just want to make sure the 19,500 you've been living off of, you withdrew that prior to the filing of the divorce, right?
Yes,
And that was your half of the initial sale of the pros, or half of the proceeds from the sale of the Lube Works business. Is that right?
yeah, some of it was.
Okay. And Mr.
And I didn't take half, I
Okay.
took a little less.
Okay. It was a little less, but Mr. Luna was left with more than that, wasn't he?
Yes,
So he's had the same amount plus his social security and all that. Is that
and
right?
yeah, whatever they
All right.
also,
And
yes,
if you were to not live with your relatives, would they still allow you to use one of their vehicles to help get you transportation?
yes,
And as part of the temporary orders, Mr. Luna was supposed to deliver you a Denali vehicle. Is that right?
yes,
But that vehicle was not in working condition, was it?
no.
All right, I'll pass.
Ms. Hardy?
I guess nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Rest and close.
All right, Ms. Luna, when did you make arrangements with a plumber to have the pipes at the barn repaired?
I don't have a specific date in front of me, but shortly after the freeze, I went to check on the building and everything. And there was no water. You could see the pipes busted just on the outside. And then I got to looking and everything was, so I'd say once I realized it,
Okay, just what month?
March. In March.
Okay. And was it before or after the motion to
They did it in sections. So they started in February, I want to say,
Okay,
but they
All right,
had
thank
trouble
you.
finding parts.
thank you. Any other questions for this witness?
No, sir.
Ms. Hardy?
No, Your Honor.
And when was the motion to modify filed?
The motion to modify was filed on March 8th, 2021.
Okay. All right, any other witnesses from either side?
I rest and close.
No, Your Honor. Rest and
Right.
close.
Argument? Argument?
I'll argue, but I think it's Miss Hardy's prerogative first.
Yes. I think the evidence shows that Miss Luna has not had any interest in the property for the past 9 months. She hasn't stayed there. She hasn't had the business open. She hasn't done business to put money into the barn account. Even though under the temporary order she was allowed to do that, she has not preserved the property. Had someone been there, perhaps more protective measures could have been taken during the freeze. She can, by her own testimony, stay with relatives at a low rent of $600 a month. Meanwhile, Mr. Luna needs a place to stay because where he's currently staying, they want him out so that they can clean it up and get it ready for sale. They can't really do that with him in there. Miss Luna receives funds. I believe the funds, if the court would like to look at the temporary orders, are pretty much split. Once the bills are paid, then my client is ordered to give her half of the remaining amount of money. So she has equal amount of money to what he has access to.
Okay, after what bills are paid?
I think that
That's
for
not
the
the evidence. That's not an evidence at all, Your Honor.
Well,
Okay, wow.
it's in the temporary orders, and we went way out of it's in the temporary orders. The bottom line is they each have equal funds, and the court can look at the temporary orders, and I invite Your
look,
Honor to do so.
I'll respond.
I'm not finished, please. I think for the preservation of the property and the best interest of the community and the circumstances of the party, it would be best for Mr. Luna to move back in and Miss Luna continue residing with her relatives at paying $600 a month. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. The party's main source of income is rental income from a residential unit, ongoing income from the sale of the lube works business. And indeed, they pay the bills and split that money. But Mr. Luna receives Social Security, which Miss Luna does not. And that's what he testified he pays his rent with. So I want to be clear that the temporary orders don't give a clear picture of the money that everyone is receiving. But, you know, Mr. Luna has explored zero options for any other subsequent ability to come up with a different solution. He testified he has family too, that he could live with, presumably. My client does not want to work in the building that her current husband that she's divorcing resides in, the apartment in the building, and there's no need for that. My client could not, has put a lot of money into the project. That is her sole source of income. Again, the plan for this couple was to live on the income from the sale of their business and their properties, and that's not the case anymore. And the only thing Miss Luna does for work is this barn. Look, brick and mortar retail hasn't had a stellar 2020 or early part of 2021. So I hope the court will not begrudge her that. But Mr. Luna has no firm dates. You can sell while someone's in it. He hasn't been given a notice to vacate. These people want to start cleaning things up. There's no urgency here. And my concern is this illusion that we're going to have some forensic accounting for $86,000 7 years ago, to drag this thing on. It's just an effort to essentially increase Miss Luna's costs.
Your Honor, this is beyond the scope. And if the judge
I'll
wants me to
overrule the
get
objection.
into it,
it's argument.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, sir.
So my concern is that this is just a strategic effort to further exhaust my client's funds, allow Mr. Luna to move into this property, deprive my client of the chance to run her business, and and then go on some wild, expensive goose chase over a check from 2014. And I don't think that there's any evidence that Miss Luna has allowed the property to go in disrepair. A lot of places that had people residing in them had busted pipes, including me. So I don't know that we're going to be able to blame Miss Luna for busted pipes from a once-a-century storm. I think she has been there a lot more than Mr. Luna thinks. I think Mr. Luna testified he doesn't have any personal knowledge of much of anything. He just knows he's going to have to move sometime in the future. And I don't think that's enough to change the temporary orders that were agreed to. So we would ask that the relief be denied.
Anything else, Ms. Hardy? You're muted.
that happened. Okay. First of all, I resent and object to the characterization that I, as an officer of the court, I'm on a fishing, frivolous expedition. There's large sums of money that we're trying to trace, and we have not been given the documents. I didn't get the interrogatories for additional information until late last night, even though I sent them last November. So I've not been dragging my feet. I'm trying to get sufficient information, not just for trial, but just to go to mediation. There's large sums of money that are not accounted for. And in this particular marriage, Mrs. Luna handled all the money. And I have to get to the bottom of that as a competent attorney, and certainly as a board certified family law attorney. I can't just ignore large sums of money not accounted for that she wrote checks on and withdrew. And so I resent counsel's characterization of me. I've never been known for wasting time and money on stuff like that. I'm seriously trying to do what a competent attorney has to do. Now, in terms of the place to stay, everybody knows when you have to move, when someone's selling, they have to get the place presentable. They've been kind enough to allow him to stay and not evict him. I guess they could evict him and we could come back to court, but he does need a place to stay. Meanwhile, she has a place to stay. Also, she's considerably younger than Mr. Luna and in good health. And if she hasn't cared about running the business for 9 months, so she could go out and find another job if she so choose. And I think she decided to open this when she received the motion to modify, because she never showed any efforts to do so before. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I'll find that there's not been shown that the temporary orders should be modified. If Ms. Luna had dropped or started the repair process on $2,100 worth of repairs back in February, I think that shows that she had plans to reopen the barn. Certainly it's not going along swiftly, and if it's, I'm not saying this is a long-term solution if it's not being operated as a business, but I'm not going to disturb the previous temporary orders. So do you need any settings right now?
Your Honor, I would like to have proof of the $2,100 in repair. And I've had a horrible time with discovery, so I'm asking now that counsel provide that proof.
All right, Mr. Nichols, I'll direct you to provide that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that would be one of the 70 production requests that we can supplement.
Okay. And
I do have receipts and pictures of everything.
You don't need to
so
talk
not a
right
problem.
now.
I'm going to mute you.
Don't talk.
Okay. All right. And
We'll provide that.
Judicial notice that the barn, they call it a barn, the barn for a reason. It's the old Alamo lumber warehouse. So yeah, it's not insulated. It's just a tin building. I think the apartment may be insulated, but it's just a tin building. It's going to get cold. It's going to freeze. I'm sure they did have damage there. All right. So I will direct Mr. Nichols to produce whatever else he's supposed to be producing, proof of the payment of the water bill or the plumber's bill for the repair this week. Any other settings?
No, I'm going to review what I received from Mr. Nichols last night, and then he and I had agreed that we would have a conference regarding discovery before we filed motions on the discovery. So I'm going to review what he sent, and I'll schedule a conference with Mr. Nichols and see if we can resolve what I really need.
Okay, that sounds good. All right. And y'all are excused, and I think that's all we have. Let me see who else here. Oh, no, I saw Ms. Booth. I'm sorry.
And
Are we
Judge,
free? Are we free, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Judge, did you get that order?
Mr. Nichols, you want to send me an order?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge Wilson, did you get that order on Sanchez that I sent to you?
Yes, I believe it's some downloads. Let me go and look.
Okay.
Actually, no. Well, did I put it?
You want me to resend it?
Yeah, let me just, did I save it? Yes, no, I have it. Okay, I will sign it and post it back to you right now.
Thank you. And then I'm going to log off because that takes care of Wilson.
Okay. And Ms. Booth, are you still there?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, I tried, I can tell you that if once my computer starts doing crazy stuff like this, it continues to do so. So what I'm going to need to ask you to do is to get in touch with the district clerk's office and tell them that you need a copy of the final order in the case or cases where someone else was adjudicated to be the father of the two children that were born most recently. And then have those, have a copy of that and make sure you have a scanned or PDF copy of it. And get this reset on one of my dockets, and then we can go from there. Because I'm going to have to attach that to the judgment in this case so that I can edit it to say that the presumption that he's the father of those children has been rebutted.
Okay, and I know I have a open child support case on one of them, but what about the other? There's never been any.
Okay, if there's never been anything done, here's the thing, it has to be done. So there's different ways you can do it. You can have amend your pleadings to have that part of this case. Okay, and one way you can do that is to get the order for me to sign ordering genetic testing. There is also a form that the Attorney General has that's signed by you, by your husband, and by the biological father. And in it, you swear that the biological father is the father, not your husband. Your husband swears he's not the father, and the biological father swears he is the father. And if everybody signs off on that, then I can use that and I don't have to have genetic testing. But I've got to have one of those two things to rebut the presumption that your husband is the father of all the children born during the marriage.
Okay, and what is that form called or whatever?
I don't remember. You can talk to the Attorney General's office if you have an open case with him anyway.
Okay.
Always
all right.
get it out, but they do have a form.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, anything else from anyone?
Judge, I got that order, but I don't see your signature on it.
Okay, that's because I didn't hit save. All right, try it again.
Got it. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Okay, I will see some of you all tomorrow, at least Lachey. Oh, actually, Ruby Becca, what are you here for? Do you have a case in the docket?
Yes, sir.
All right, what case do you have?
It's behind in property taxes.
Okay. All right, ma'am, give me just a moment.
Okay.
And is your name the name on the case?
Yes, sir. Sorry, that's the neighbor's bird.
All right. All right, what time did you log on to court this morning, man?
I was trying to log on most of the morning. I even went to the courthouse, but I got on like about, I think, 2 hours ago.
Okay. All right, I'd already apparently taken care of the tax cases. Then I'm going to leave this meeting running and ask you to be back at 1:30.
Okay.
Because I've already released the attorney for the taxing entities, and I'm going to ask the coordinator's office. I will call them and ask them to have him log back on at 1:30.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We'll talk to you then.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Lachey, I guess I don't think we're going to need a record. Well, we might. If you could be back, can you be back at 1:30, Ms. Cavazos? Okay. All right. I'll see you then.
And turn it off. Close the app. Like, oh no.
Okay,
Hey, Judge.
howdy. With the unending mystery of Zoom, were you admitted about 30 seconds or a minute ago, Mr. Rocha?
I got on maybe 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. I guess Lachey let you in.
Oh, I don't know. I just clicked on to put the password and it just,
And it didn't put you in the waiting room.
oh no, yeah, I'm sorry. It did put me in the waiting room and then you just came on maybe 10 seconds ago.
Okay, so I get back from lunch and it says I've been signed out of Zoom for not participating, but it also said I had a invitation or that you were in the waiting room. So I clicked admit, but then I had to go and restart Zoom to get back into the meeting myself. So I don't see how I could be signed into Zoom so that I could admit you, but not be signed into Zoom where I could get to the meeting.
That I don't know.
All right. I asked Becca Ruby, she showed up, I don't know, 10 o'clock, a little after 10. And then whenever we broke up right before noon, I asked, why are you here? And she said it was for a tax case. So I'm just gonna, I guess, turn the things off and go and look at my judge's queue. And well, I'll give her a few minutes to show up.
Okay.
All right. Shruba, I'm asking you to unmute. All right, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Rocha from the law firm that represents the taxing entities is here. And I'm going to ask the two of you to talk in a breakout room. What a breakout room is, it's just a electronic room that the two of you will get an invitation to, so you can talk about this case and see if we're able to resolve something today or see what's going on. And then whenever you either get it worked out or understand you're not going to be able to get it worked out, I'll ask you to go to the button at the bottom of the breakout room and return to this main Zoom meeting, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you should have just received a little blue button at the bottom to invite you to a breakout room. If you see that, ma'am? I guess so. Okay. All right. I'll go work on my judge's queue. Okay, where do we stand?
Ms. Beck, are you there? Ms. Becca, can you put unmute, please?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. So Judge, I met with Ms. Becca. I went over, she has a mobile home and a lot that she owns in the city of Jordanton, Atascosa County.
Okay.
She has taxes due from tax years 2014 through 2020. Total for all jurisdictions is $3,131.64. I did check while we were talking, and she does have her homestead exemption and her disability exemption. And she made her last payment to the tax office back in 2014. So I informed her today what we're going to be doing is taking a judgment, but she would need to go down to the Atascosa County Tax Office to get her a formal payment contract, which she can do for up to 36 months. And as long as she has that, no type of foreclosure will be occurring on the property. And she also asked if we're going to kick her out today. I said, well, no, we're not. We don't, that's not the process of how this works. All we do is take a judgment and getting her on a payment contract with the tax office. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, then I'm glad you got that worked out, and I will sign that judgment whenever I come to it in my judge's queue.
And Judge, I will make the changes to the judgment from taking her out of default to being a peer.
Okay.
And so I will resend that also, Judge.
All right, and ma'am, have you filed anything with the district clerk's office as an answer?
No, I hadn't.
I didn't know how you received notice of this. I didn't know if you'd filed an answer and you were given notice, or somebody just told you it was on the docket.
Oh, I did get a letter saying that I had court today.
Judge, we send notification to, even for those who are, who have not filed.
Oh, okay, okay, I didn't realize that.
Because we want to make sure they show up or have noticed that they could show up. Even if it's
Okay, okay. All right, that sounds good then. Okay, I'm glad y'all got that worked out. If that's all you have, everyone's excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
All right, Lachey, I'm glad we got out a little earlier today. I'm gonna go work on my judge's queue.